So this is a new node that we haven't used before, and it's the polygon 1 shape. And we can use that to create like a hex bolt. And polygon 1 right here. So I'm just deciding, do I want to use polygon 2, which already goes up into like a pyramid shape, or polygon 1 and then manually bevel. And I opted for polygon 1 and manually beveling. And that's a quick little hex bolt. Now I'm just copying those transforms that I had created earlier to cut out those circular notches into the big cylinder, so the position's the same, and then scaling the nut down just a little bit, and it should fit right inside of those chopped out pieces. on this block, I thought it might be cool to like have this kind of heat sink look on one of the sides. And this is actually a pretty good successful use of like blend subtracting a shape on top of something else. So just creating a tile generator, changing the X and Y amount, a little bit of scale adjustments, and this is going to get beveled, probably inverted, I would guess. Looks like that by the way I'm building it. Or no, excuse me, if I'm subtracting, yeah, white, we're going to subtract white, that makes sense. So never mind, it probably won't get inverted. Here I'm transforming it right on top of that blocky shape there. You can see in the 3D view, I didn't do commentary on it, but we added some buttons and some random rectangles and a pushed in wedge shape. And that just goes back to what I was saying about the capsule shape. Getting inset around the engine was just to break up like that flat surface of these blocky pieces. And this is another way to do that. Give some like smaller detail to it and break up the shape. So there you can see I subtracted it on top, and it's going to be very hard edged, like, and stretch those polygons. So we'll eventually just bevel it, and it'll be a little bit softer of a transition once we get the shape and the size right. So you can already see we already created this kind of like heatsink looking detail. And just beveling it so it's not so sharp, and the normals will pick up better, and there won't be any tearing in the tessellation and triangles. So pretty quickly we were able to accomplish something pretty decent. Hi, it's me again. So this video is going to be pretty interesting because we're going to start on the base color. So I'm just making some space for it. I'm going to start with copying this emissive channel onto our base color. Blending it with add linear. Or copying it, sorry. And because we're copying it, I have to use that black and white mask to mask it out. And I'm just trying to use the more feathered mask to see how that looks. Looks like I'm happy with that. Yeah, the harder mask gave me like kind of a black halo effect around it, which I didn't like. And that emissive on the base color should go at the very end, just before the overlays, because once we add dirt and rust and stuff like that, in this case we don't want that covering up any emissive on top, so we'll just put that at the end. So here I made a tile sampler. And this might be rust drips. I know in this video I go over like grungy dirt, rust drips. I think that's, oh, and the paint layer as well, like the blue accent paint. So I'm guessing this is the rust drips, so I'm just making some long rectangular shapes with color variation, lots of random position. Oh no, I know what this is, sorry. It's not rust drips. Rust drips will be actually a similar process, which we'll get to soon. This is paint strokes. So if you have like a roller, a paint roller, I'm kind of trying to simulate that sort of effect here, where someone had rolled paint in a straight line and then got more paint and rolled it again and then kept rolling it. So the color variation takes care of like the intensity of the paint roller, and then just these long rectangular shapes is the general gist of the main shape. We're going to break it up a little bit later with some directional noise and a directional warp, I think. And by later, I mean right now. So there's directional noise 1, changing the angle to 90 degrees so it's in line with these strokes. And then I'll have to change the warp angle as well. And you can see that kind of feathers the edges as if, I mean, a paint roller doesn't really do that. Actually, a paintbrush would have more of an effect like that, but it just kind of feels like a paint stroke a little bit. And this will be a pretty subtle overlay on top of the panels eventually. Right now we're just sort of blocking in everything. It's not going to be perfect the first time around, the first pass, but once we get all the elements in with the rust, the dirt, the paint strokes, dirt in the cracks, all sorts of color variation on the panels, then we can kind of like harmonize everything together and tweak. But this is sort of like the initial graph setup for this type of paint stroke that I like to do. Felt they were too big, so I increased the X and Y amount and reduced the scale a little bit. The other thing that's important in this process is like proper masking So this paint stroke, I pretty much only want it on the panels. So eventually I'm going to create like a detail mask, which is a mask for all of our like engine parts, pipes, everything in the inset areas. So we can just mask out like the flatter panel areas. And then I reuse that mask a lot. So I can kind of control where I place these overlays and things. I think working on the base color is a pretty like fun part of the process, especially after you've been kind of like grinding out the height map for 16 hours or whatever. Switching it up to do base colors is kind of a fun process, and it really makes the texture start to feel alive. Gonna name that paint strokes. Sorry for the confusion earlier. I wasn't sure if it was the rust strips or not, but I know that's coming up soon. Let's see what we're doing here. Going back to the original panel luminance mask here from our flood fill. Maybe. So here, I'm going to wait to see what I do before I make a comment. But I'm pulling that color variation mask over. Okay, so I'm going to warp this Perlin noise. And you'll see how the Perlin noise is like, it tiles, right? And but once we plug it into the directional warp with the panel lines luminance mask and then increase the intensity a lot and change the angle, you can see that Perlin noise gets broken up across those panels. So it doesn't bleed into like other panels next to it. You kind of get this like individual mask per panel to break up that noise. And that's just give a little bit of color variation. That's on soft light. I tend to, when I have like a lot of elements in the base color, which this will have, I don't, like a lot of people will use like a gradient map with their height map as an input, and then a lot of like color samples from like a photo sourced image in the gradient map to get a lot of like detail and color into it. This I keep pretty simple. I just use like uniform colors pretty much for almost everything, and one that optimizes the graph a little bit more because it doesn't have to calculate all this gradient map stuff and additional blending of colors and hue saturation stuff and all that. Two, it helps me like debug a little bit more because I can look at the texture and say like, okay, that brown color there, that's probably dirt, and then I can look at my graph pretty briefly and I can actually see with the uniform color the brown color that I'm looking for. And then it's just really easy to just change it. You can color pick with it. It's very easy, but like when you're using like a gradient map and color sampling a lot of things, it's very useful for, I think, for like organic things, but in this particular case we just have so much stuff going on. This kind of simplifies it, and then everything combined, I feel like the texture is going to be have enough variation already, so I don't need to like make every single color have its own individual color variation. It could probably be, it could probably be a little bit better if it had that, especially for the bigger color swatches. But overall, I think it works just fine in this case. So here I'm making like a dirt mask, and you saw a few minutes ago, I pulled up like, there's a standard dirt generator node in Substance Designer, and I'm kind of just recreating it. I think it just uses AO and curvature smooth, and then blends them together with some noise. So I histogram scanned two ambient occlusions, blended them together, and then subtracted a black and white spots below it, and that kind of chopped up the AO and made it pretty noisy. Here I'm subtracting a clouds, and that's gonna again just give more noise variation to it. You can see already like the dirt, there's like little tiny dirt pebbles and things that are recessed in like the occluded areas that our ambient occlusion is picking up on. Just adjusting the scale of the black and white spots. If I felt it need to be a little bit like smaller grain. I like to, like, Substance Designer has some really great like canned nodes for you by default. And same like if you go on like Substance Share or something like that, you can get a lot of really nice nodes that people have made. And I think that's great. But for like a learning experience, I like to get those nodes and not necessarily use them, but you can right click them and do open reference, and that's going to open the graph of that node, and you can look how it's constructed and learn something from it. So that's what I did with the dirt. That's default in Substance Designer. I just opened the reference for it and looked at it, and I was like, okay, I can recreate this and maybe add my own stuff to it, or simplify it more if I feel like I'm not getting, if there's like a piece of it that I'm not using. And then it just helps you. I think it's a better like learning experience, like how and why like these custom nodes work the way they do, so you can learn and reuse pieces of it wherever you want. And here I'm showing, again, just a uniform color for the dirt. You know, you could put a noise and run a gradient map for it, color sample, some photo for dirt, and get a little bit more color variation in this, but I don't know. Maybe I just don't want to admit that I'm lazy, but I might be a little lazy in this. But you see, it's such a small like detail. Like we're talking a few pixels of dirt and grain. So am I really going to get that much out of variation in there? Maybe. I didn't end up trying it because I want it to be simplified, but yeah. Plus, with everything else on top of this, there's just going to be tons of variation already going on. I didn't feel it was necessary to custom make color for every single element. Just a little organization here. Just quickly looking at some other black and white noises to see if I like the result better. The other thing with using uniform color and then using a mask as an input, you see how our mask, like that's basically our mask right there in the 2D node. It's not pure like white to black, like only white to black. It has a lot of like grays. So the grays alone will give you color variation where it's, you know, half blending with the layer beneath it. As far as like the order goes of making these base colors, I feel like I work kind of big to small. You know, for instance, the big paint strokes, and now this dirt, like that applies to the whole texture. It's not isolated to like just the engine. It's not isolated to just the inset pieces. It's the whole, like I try to, you know, bring the whole texture up a certain level, then detail more as I go. And also, the dirt's nice because it kind of gives you a darker in the cracked areas and just kind of like pops your texture a little bit more. So here I'm using RGBA split with my normal map, and that way you can isolate what channel you want. So the green channel, the light is coming from the bottom direction. Of course it depends on if you're using DirectX or OpenGL, but you can basically invert it and then clamp it to create a mask for like areas that are pointing in that normal direction. Here I'm just experimenting with like mg_light node, and I was trying to just, I don't know, I've never used this before, but I had heard about it, so I wanted to try it, and I was wondering if I could get a similar effect as, yeah, you see that looks very similar to like the normal, the green channel that's clamped. So I probably could have just used this, but I didn't. I don't think I ended up using it. That's kind of a cool node. And that would be a great example to open reference for that graph and see how it's constructed, because it takes a normal map input and it might just do exactly what we're about to do, where it does an RGBA split and then maybe, you know, blurs it or something. I don't know, but you could learn something from that node and then reconstruct it yourself and just get better at Designer. Here I'm histogram scanning the green channel, and you can see I can full contrast. I get a black and white mask. I'm kind of comparing it to like the light mask. And it looks to me pretty similar. Like the light mask has like it's softer, but it's pretty darn close. So I just deleted it, and I was like, you know, I feel comfortable using my method, so I'm gonna just do that. Here I copied my normal, and I copied the RGB, and I'm just gonna plug this normal. Instead of making a normal map for the whole thing, we're gonna make a normal for the final like panel section. So you can see there, our normal is just the panels in the inside area, and now our mask is just like the tops of the panels, or I guess it might be the bottom right now, I'm not sure. Might have to invert it. Yeah, here we go. So again, depending if you're OpenGL or DirectX, the light, like the white part, will be the top part or the bottom part of the panel. So just be aware of that and invert it if you need to. So here, this is definitely rust strips, and I'm going to plug this mask into the mask input and crank up the X and Y amount to like 300 by 300, maybe even more. Who knows? We'll see. 150 by 150 or less. And I need to enable the mask. So mask map threshold, set that to 1. A little bit of color random in there. And I should change the position to be random as well, eventually. The Y, I'm gonna crank this up. So I'm taking that square shape and I'm stretching it in the Y direction. I guess before I do that, I'm going to create the actual drip shape. So what I'm doing is basically scattering a drip shape all over the place and masking it out depending on where I want it, where I want the origin of the drip to start. So that's why I have to squash that triangle that I use, creating a three-sided polygon, so that the top of the triangle, that flat part, is in the center of the node, because the tile sampler only, when it places an object, places a sample, it places it from the middle of the node. So I want the top of these drips to be where the sample is placed, not the middle. Now position random, bunch. You can see we're kind of getting these like triangle, stretch triangle drip shapes. The reason I do this, like there's other methods to do drips. A popular one I think, and I think it's also used in like the standard like drip node that comes default with Substance Designer. They use some slope blur in there with the linear gradient 1, and it is a nice trick, but I feel like when like the intensity is too high and a drip is going across like a seam, it breaks and it doesn't become tileable. So this is a method that I thought works a little bit more reliably. You can see there I'm just throwing a pink uniform color and blending it, and I do that a lot, you'll see, just so I can, like, again, it's for debugging purposes, like I can see exactly where these shapes are being placed, without them blending into the underlying texture. So there's a few things I don't like about this already, which I'll have to tweak. That inset area, the bottom of it, it's really, really heavy on the rust and just looks kind of bad to me. And also the rust is going to be spilling on top of like the detail blocks. And that can be okay in some cases, but there's a case which we'll see soon. It's at the upper part of the texture. Yeah, you can see it spilling over like the engine, it's spilling over that heatsink area. I guess I'm not too concerned about it right now because I'm just looking at the shape of the drips. So I'm going to directional warp. The drips are too straight, so I'm just taking a Perlin noise and very subtly going to warp these with a very low intensity so they have a little bit of wobble to them. That's kind of the very basic gist of doing drips. There's some additional masking I'm going to do to mask out the detail parts and soften it, and also I think it comes much later. I don't do it in this first pass, but I think I even add a scale map input, and that's kind of fun because a cluster of drips, right now the scale is just random, but with scale map input you can enable that, and when there comes like a cluster of drips that gets seen, it kind of fades. It goes like a shorter drip into a longer drip as it gets to the middle of the clump, and then as it goes back out from the edge of the clump, the drips get shorter. So it gives you kind of like this U shape of drips on top of like the random scale we already have in there. It's not necessary, but I don't know. I ended up doing it anyway. Much later. It's not like within the next hour. So here I'm grabbing the panel inset mask, because I do not want the drips to be so heavy on those bottom parts of the insets. And I'm just going to blend that mask with the mask input for the tile sampler. And you can subtract it on top, and that basically gets rid of that area and only leaves the panel edge line. And that to me looks a lot cleaner. The one block with the 3 buttons on top of it, right above the engine detail, has drips coming over it, and I end up cleaning up that later. Okay, so this is kind of important. This is where I'm creating that detail mask. And I'm subtracting the final height map composite on top of the panel, the final panel composite, and, or excuse me, below the panel composite. So panel's on top, final height map on in the middle of the blend node. Set it to subtract. And what that does is it basically finds the difference between like what's the two textures. And because one has no detail and the other one has all the detail, that's the difference. So you can create a mask out of that, histogram scamming it, setting the position to 1, and basically have a detail mask. It's not perfect because the inside of the engine is pushed down, and that had some trouble with the subtract method. Like, so we're getting black rings inside the engine, and so it's not a full detail mask, but it's pretty good for now. Here I'm finally changing the color from pink to brown. So you can always do that later, and it's so easy to do with just a uniform color. You can pick the exact color that you want. It's being copied on top, so there's no crazy like multiply blending where it darkens, or screening where it's like lighter. It's just copied on top with a mask, just as if like you're in Photoshop and you had a brush at 100% opacity and you're just painting these yourself, as long as your mask is 100% white, which it's not. Alright, so I'm blurring this rust mask with a high quality blur. And this is going to be another part of the rust where it's just a lot softer, and because right now it's very like streaky and hard edged, and I want some of it to feel like a softer rust. So there we go, we just copied that on top, and yeah, now it's like a double, just adding like some detail to the rust. And you could do that with, I put this behind. Okay, so the order here is important. I wanted that to be behind like the streaks. So I do that blurred mask first, and it's a lighter orange, and the streaks is kind of like a rusty reddish brown orange-ish color copied on top. And that just kind of softens some of the transition, so it's not such a hard edge. You could combine those two masks and just do one color, but I liked having the control of having like the streaks being one color and then the kind of like the blurred rust behind it to be a different color. Back to what I was saying about the slope blur rust as well. Not only does it have trouble tiling, also it blurs whatever mask you input it like uniformly in the same direction. So all of your streaks are going to be the same length, and I really didn't like that look. So with the tile sampler, because you're just scattering all these little triangle shapes, and you can adjust the scale variation. And again, I said you could add a scale map input. You can have a lot more variety in like the streaks, the rust streaks, instead of just like this uniform pulled down streak look that the slope blur gives you. It is a little bit more involved, I think, like this mask and this area of the rust strips gets a little bit bulky with the nodes, but there's a lot of control with it, and I think the result is pretty good. One thing I don't like about it is when you stretch in the Y direction, that shape, you can see it's kind of feathering the top part of it. So I think what could work a little bit better is if that initial shape, instead of being almost like, it's not an equilateral triangle, I don't think, but it's a pretty like fat triangle. I should probably make it a really skinny triangle in the beginning. And then I think when I sample it in the tile sampler, I won't have to stretch it as much in the Y direction, which means that I won't get that blurriness because of the stretching. And there I was just experimenting, like, do I want to kind of fade out the edges a little bit? And I ended up not liking it. So I think I'm going to try to clean up that engine part. So I'm just grabbing one of these engine masks here, and I can add that to my drip, my rust drip mask. Looks like I'm adding it after. Oh, okay. So I just completely subtracted that area, so no rust will be in the engine. And yeah, I really just wanted the rust to be coming out of the cracks of the panels. I figured like the engine component, could be a different material, or it's coated with something where it's more rust resistant. And yeah, and also just the streaky rust doesn't really look right on that like big extruded cylinder of an engine. Maybe some rust could be recessed in the cracks a little bit, but it wouldn't really streak the same way that it might from the panels if this was like a vertical wall. Yeah, one thing with rust strips is like they're directional, so if you're using this texture like in production, gravity is going to be pulling those streaks down, and that limits like the orientation of your texture to one direction basically. So here I am blurring that detail mask, and that like glowy, ghostly mask that I'm seeing in the 3D viewport is, I don't know if it's a bug or if I'm doing something wrong here, but whenever I come out of like a tile sampler, I'm guessing it has something to do with it being a 32 float, that for whatever reason you can't it has trouble blending with different bit depths or something. That's my theory. I don't know if it's true or not. But anyway, I just pass it through a gradient map, and for whatever reason, that like cleans up that weird ghostly artifact that was happening where the blend mode wasn't working properly. So that blurred detail mask, that just blurred out, or it basically got rid of the rust strips on like the big blocky shapes that are too high, and just blurred so it has a little bit of fall off. So the streaks are still coming out of like the panel lines, but they're not going completely on top of things. They're only going up to a certain degree and then fading out. Crank up the samples. Experimenting with the shape, making these a little bit thinner. Didn't like it. Yeah, I'm just blending together two different noises, a black and white spots and a clouds 1 or clouds 3, and that's a new noise texture for the mask. As far as like exposing parameters here, I guess I don't plan ahead too much with that. And in this tutorial, like I don't, you just get the graph and it's done. Like I didn't end up exposing anything, but that histogram scan for the noise mask below, I feel like that could probably be exposed to control, like, because it feeds into the mask input, and that can control like how much rust you want to be exposed, just with that histogram slider. Potential exposed parameter, I'm saying. And I'm just trying to blur this shape a little bit, and I decide instead of the original shape and blurring it, maybe I could try blurring it after it's been sampled, and that just kind of softens those drips a teeny bit. Yeah, where it's applicable, if you just use a regular blur instead of a blur high quality, it'll be a little bit more optimized for your graph. I don't use it that often because the results are different, but if your blur amount is small enough, I feel like you can get away with just using a blur just fine. You can see I'm adjusting the original shape, and if I go too high with it, that rust strip starts above the crack, and it's not desirable. So that goes back to what I was saying, where the tile sampler samples the shape from the middle of the node. So if like I said, these drips, we want them coming out of the panel cracks. So we need to sample like the top of the drip stroke by squashing it. think as a first pass strips, I think that's as far as I take it for now. Looks like I moved on to something else here. So I'm plugging this luminance variation into a gradient map and just swapping around these grayscale values a little bit. That's kind of a cheap, quick way to get a different color like randomness for the panels. Sometimes there is like some edging artifacts with this, like here changing the white to be the cracks. I feel like there's a little bit of bleeding that carries over into the panels, which isn't good. So it's not perfect, but if it's something that's subtle enough on your texture, it's kind of a quick way to just get another like random luminance variation mask. You could also just copy like the flood fill or make a new flood fill to random grayscale out of your flood fill and set the random seed to something else, and that'll give you another random color mask. I'm not sure which is faster as far as like calculations, but they both would work fine. And the flood fill will be a little bit cleaner probably. The other nice thing about these uniform colors, which I don't do until much later, but you can set their width and height to the like the smallest resolution you can that Substance Designer like cares about, which I think is 32 by 32. If you go below that, it's not any more optimized. I believe it's 32 by 32. I could be wrong. It might be 64 by 64. But with the uniform colors, instead of using like gradient maps, because there's a lot of detail in it, you're going to need that full resolution, which is going to be a little bit slower. But if it's just a one color, you can crunch it down to something really small, and it's a little bit faster. I do the same technique with my roughness in this particular case, not for all my graphs. And it's just a really quick and easy way just to like, you know, adjust the roughness values. You know, the closer to white something gets, the more rough it's going to be. Closer to black, the more like mirror-like it's going to be. And it's really easy to see that when it's just a uniform color. So here I wanted to color the insides of the inset, just making it a little bit darker gray, and I'm using the beveled inset and then histogram scanning it, and you can see as I bring this position up in the 3D view, that mask is crawling up the sides of that bevel, and you can control exactly where you want that to stop. So I want that darker because it's going to add a little bit of contrast. It's going to make it feel a little bit like it's more recessed, even though it's already recessed, pushed in with the height map. Just making it a little bit darker gives this extra layer that like it's pushed back. But you can see that mask is covering up all the detail bits on top of it, the inset area, which later we end up masking those out and making those a different color. So there I used a histogram select, I believe, or a scan of the panel like luminance variation, I think. And you can just pick out a mask for the accent paint. And because that mask originates from the panel lines, you can quickly change like the histogram to swap out where you want the paint to be, and it'll always be on top of the panels. So here, because we don't want it to be perfectly placed, we want to like crunch up the edges a little bit more. and blurring it, adding a noise cloud and subtracting that on top, and then histogram scanning that to a high position. You can see that kind of wore away the edges a lot. A little too much at this point, but we'll tweak that. You can see our mask now. It's no longer like a perfect rectangle where the panel was. It's this broken up shape. And that just like simulates, you know, the paint is chipped along the edges a little bit where it's been worn out more. So I'm adjusting the intensity of the blur, and the less blur we have, the tighter that mask is to the edge. And just playing with the noise, because depending on what noise you input, your results are going to be different. Again, first pass, like the paint's going over the engine block there, but that gets masked out later. Yeah, here I'm just trying to like quickly go through a lot of stuff because rust is sort of like a big component. The inset color is a big component. The paint's a big component, and like once you start seeing all of them together, you can see how they work together and bounce them from there, and work like big shapes, big colors to smaller, more detailed parts later. And it's easy enough to go back and just refine these things as long as you're organized. Yeah, procedural texturing is a lot of fun, I think. It's so like flexible, you know, like it's really nice that if we didn't want those blue parts to be there where the paint is, you can just change the mask, like find a different position in your histogram and you have a new texture. You have a new like idea of where you want the paint to be put. Same with the rust, like adjust the mask of the rust to increase or decrease the amount. And it's just a really flexible, iterative way of working that I really enjoy. And here's an example. I was just playing around with that position, and I decided I'm going to play around with that position. If I'm going to play around with that position, I don't want the paint to be in the inset areas. So I'm adding like a guarantee, I guess, that it won't be in those areas ever. Even if the histogram scan never puts it there, there's a chance that it could. So this is like a blocker of sorts where I'm subtracting the inset areas right after my mask. So if perchance there was paint in that area, it would get masked out again real quick and would not be in the inset areas. But I kind of like where the paint is, so I don't think I change it. I add a little bit more to it later. So here it looks like I'm reevaluating this detail mask, and hopefully, let's see, I'm pulling this out because I'm like, I think I'm going to use this a lot. It shouldn't be exclusive to the rust strips. So I pull it out and I label it detail mask. I pull out, looks like I'm going to pull out the engine mask as well, that disc, and add that to it. So there we cleaned up that center part where it was black before. I should be able to just delete this part now. Yeah, okay. So because that engine mask was added in the detail mask final composite, we don't need it anymore. And I plug plug that into the mask input of a blend. And I use this like for pretty much every mask where I don't want stuff to be. So there we subtracted it on top of the paint mask, and yeah, the paint was going underneath the engine before, but now it's going around the engine, and now it's getting chopped away at a little bit. Actually, it's not really getting chopped away. Yeah, and there you can see we added it to the inset color mask, and now all of our detail is now popping, and it's not that darker gray. I know later I end up actually using that detail mask and putting a color on top of everything, so it wasn't necessary to do that currently, but at the time I didn't know I was gonna use that mask to like copy color on top, so I needed to mask out those areas for every piece, for like the paint, for the inset area, which ends up becoming redundant later, but I don't think I ended up cleaning it up. Yeah, I wasn't sure. Like I thought maybe those detail pieces would be the same color as like the panels forever, but I end up kind of changing it, and because it's copied on top, it would have overwritten whatever was beneath it anyway. It's super easy to go back into the uniform color and just pick whatever color you want. And I like that, like if you use a hue saturation, which in this case I don't think you would, but hue saturation, the HSL node, or is it HSB? HSL, hue saturation lightness. You can't like see the color that you're getting. You just play with the sliders and then look in your 2D mode and hope it's the color you want, I guess. But uniform color, you can pick it. A little bit of labeling here. So those wires look really bad in our detail mask. See how like they go in and out, in and out. They're really kind of odd looking. Yeah, so the initial creation of the detail mask was like a very good broad pass, but we had to do a cleanup on the engine, and it looks like we're gonna have to do cleanup on those wires too, which is not a big deal, but you can miss those little things sometimes. Like I didn't notice it till now, and it might make your mask like not as clean as it could have been for your first pass. So just be aware of like, you know, look it over carefully, and if there's any problems, you can custom pull pieces into it and add it. Yeah, but really I should probably be testing that mask now. I should just plug it into like the end of my base color with like a pink color and just see if it's overlapping on top of all the detail parts or not. So this flattened panel piece, similar to like the inset panels, I want that to be a different color because it's slightly lower, and again, if it's just a little bit darker, it's kind of like going to create that illusion or intensify that illusion that it's pushed lower. If it's a little bit darker, it's more recessed. And there I just subtracted the detail mask on top, so those detail parts pop out. Try to adjust the color a little bit. It's a good idea sometimes to look at your final output for each channel. And since we're only working on the base color right now, I just looked at the base color and I noticed there's this weird dark seam, vertical dark seam going down the center of the engine, and that's because of this overlay of these panels. So that black color wasn't good, so I'm going to fill those cracks using a distance node. Histogram scanning the panels to create a black and white mask for the top input, and then the bottom input is that color luminance variation, and that basically bleeds the color out, and then it fills those cracks. And still, like, this was, I don't know if this was pointless or not, but it cleaned up the engine, but again, it's not going to matter later because we're going to have the engine, it's going to have its own color, and that's going to basically overwrite anything that's beneath it, so that seam would have got covered up anyway. And there I do it with the detail mask too. You can see there's all these gradient. The only thing that I really like to dock are gradient maps if they're just converting something to color or to grayscale. So that's what those gradient maps are doing. Like when we first set up the initial graph, we have to convert our stuff to color information sometimes. So the distance node outputs color, but we were blending it with the detail mask, which we converted to color, so it matches the same as the distance node, and then that goes in the top input of the blend. On top of like the base uniform color. So there I kept everything grayscale until I got to the final blend. And I think that might just be a slight bit faster or cleaner. I mean, I like to stay in grayscale as long as possible. Yeah, here you lose, because I did that, you're going to lose any like color variation you might, well actually no you're not, excuse me. What you could do is that final gradient map that's docked to the blend on top of the uniform color, you can actually use that to give color to this like panel variation. So instead of it being like black to white variation, it could be purple to orange color variation, and that'll give your panels some like warm and cool colors. It's really subtle. Instead of just like light and dark variation, you can have actual color. I don't know if I do that or not in this project. Yeah, but it's a possibility. And there, a little cleanup. Like I knew that I had the panel black and white mask already, so I didn't need to recreate it. So I just went back and from the distance node I pulled the actual like panel mask from way earlier in the beginning of the graph.
tweaking that gradient map slider, trying to find like a good balance of color variation. Just playing with the blend modes. Like this is when I do like these overlays of color variance, that's the one time that I use like screen or soft light or overlay with like a low intensity usually, as opposed to copying something on top, because it's just like this kind of like this wash of color on top of something that's already existing, where we don't necessarily want to change or overwrite it completely. We want to use the color beneath and just give it some variation. Looks like I'm copying that detail mask, inverting it, and plugging that into the mask input of the paint strokes. So now the paint only is applied to the panels and not on top of the detail parts, because it doesn't make sense to have a straight stroke going on top of that engine. You'd never be able to really paint a straight stroke right on top of it. Again, checking the final output, looking at it, seeing if there's any weird things going on yet. So now I believe I'm just making a bunch of noises, cloud 1, 2, and 3, blending them all together with overlay. Kind of changing the opacity a little bit to create like a new custom cloud noise. It's basically just a combination of all three of them. And that's getting plugged into a mask and then a uniform color. That uniform color is going to be pink. And that's the final texture. Just kidding. This is like a dirt layer. Just like a general dirt layer. It has nothing to do with the cracks, has nothing to do with like its relation to any parts on the texture. It's just a general like wash of grunge. So here we're subtracting. Oh, just kidding. So it looks like it does relate to the texture a little bit. Some histogram scanning and ambient occlusion. I feel like I changed this. We'll see what happens. I guess I probably didn't want dirt to be in the cracks too much, like in the super inset areas too much. I don't know. And because we already have all those masks, I'm just playing with a couple different mask inputs. Like, maybe I don't need all three of these. Trying to blend two of them together instead, copy it, low opacity, see how that looks. I'm a little confused with myself right now with the mask input, like that ambient occlusion. I didn't think I did that. Let's see. Let's just watch. Inverting it. Now it's only in the recessed areas, you can see. Just doesn't look good. Okay, a high pass grayscale.
using my height map, final height map into a high pass. And what that does is basically flattens the values of like the height map. And now when you plug in ambient occlusion, that feels more like a cavity map to me. You can see there's some artifacts around like the inside edges of the panels. So that's just because the high pass isn't perfect, but it's still reasonable for what we need. Now I'm plugging that into the blur, inverting it, and then auto levels to bring it to whites, and subtracting my grunge on top of that. I'm pretty sure that's not the look I'm going for. So just bear with me, I guess, until I figure it out. Okay. So you can see I bypassed all that ambient occlusion stuff, and I'm just plugging this dirt mask that's histogram scan to give it like contrast into the final blend of the pink color. And as I said before, just a general dirt noise. Yeah, get rid of that stuff. There you go. So all that ambient occlusion stuff, didn't use it. I'm not sure what I was thinking at the time, but yeah, like I said, very simple. Just a couple clouds blended on top of each other, histogram scan to get like the amount of contrast you want, and copying a dirt color on top of our texture. Now we just have these grungy spots. And again, they don't relate to anything. They don't relate to the cracks. They don't relate to big inset pieces or anything like that. It's just like a general cloud noise of dirt on top of stuff. And I usually knock back like either the color or the intensity of the mask to make this kind of subtle. Like if this was to tile everywhere, you wouldn't want like these noticeable splotchy parts to like be too noticeable, I guess. And I'm just going to go over some of my work here, and tweak a little bit of values and colors. I am edge detecting the panel mask. So you can see we get these really nice thick black lines around where the panels would be. And we're going to blur that. Blend, subtract it with a noise. Just changing the random seed up a little bit in the disorder. Because I use this noise a lot. And it's good to have variations of it. Also going to invert my initial mask so my lines are white, and then subtract the cloud on top of that. And this is what this is going to do is give me like a grunge around all the panel lines. So each like panel, the edges will be kind of dirty. I don't think this blur is working particularly well. I think I end up beveling it instead of blurring, but we will see. You can kind of see how that's like a nice dirty grungy mask that's going to go around those panels. Just playing around with it right now to see if I can get the mask from this little chain of nodes here. I dock invert grayscales. This goes back to what I was saying earlier. I don't think I finished my thought, but I usually dock gradient maps, grayscale conversion, and invert grayscales, because they're kind of just like one-time operations that don't have any parameters that I'm going to tweak in certain cases. So just to clean up the graph a little bit, if you press D on your keyboard when you have a node selected, it's going to dock to the next node down on the chain, and just kind of condenses things a little bit. So here I'm going to try to bevel the panel lines instead of blurring it, and I think this is going to work a little bit better. Have to invert it first. Yeah, that looks a lot better to me. Also going to blur it a little bit, see if that helps. Yeah, nice little cloudy noise that's following the edges of the panels, and it's gonna give a little bit of variation to the panels, as well as like some contrast between each panel, because the inside of the panel will be a little bit lighter, and then it'll kind of fall off to like a darker grunge. And I think that just kind of helps like each panel kind of stand out a little bit on its own, while giving some nice variation to it. So now we're just going to blend it. That's our mask, and then we're going to pick a color, uniform color. And you can see it's overlapping all the details, so we're probably going to bring in the detail mask. It's right up there, so I'm just copying it down and subtracting it on top. I'm not sure, like, this, I thought this effect looked cool, but I'm trying to think of like why this would happen in real life, and I don't really have an answer. I just thought it kind of looked cool. It's kind of like an extra layer of like dirt and just worn edges kind of feel to it. I don't know. Of course, it's going to be pretty subtle, but it's there. It could kind of be like, you could think of it as like, I don't know if they would do this, but if there was any type of oils or anything in the cracks, and just over time, as they re-oil things and clean things, like maybe it overflows and spills out, or I honestly, I don't really have a good like explanation of why this would be here, but it's there. So I added a histogram scan right after the noise, the clouds, and that just gives a little extra additional level of control for the shape of this noise, and see if that helps out a little bit. Even if stuff is pretty subtle in the base color, it's nice to have it, because when we get to the roughness, this could add an extra level of like depth to the roughness values, where the edges are more worn and they're less shiny, and again, it just helps with a little bit of like contrast. So there I'm replugging in the ambient occlusion. Originally it was just white, and that's going to give a little bit more accurate representation of what the final texture is going to look like, or the material I should say, in 3D, because I will have an ambient occlusion in the end, and so I don't want to necessarily like over darken areas like dirt in the cracks, to like compensate for that, because I will have an ambient occlusion texture at the end that will darken it already. So I'm just trying to be a little bit more true to like the PBR values of like what dirt might look like without over darkening things. Gotta convert that to color with a gradient map. And I just took the ambient occlusion and masking it out with the detail mask. And this is kind of what I was just mentioning, like I have ambient occlusion active on the model and the material, but I still want those cracks to be a little bit darker. So I think I'm just adding, multiplying some ambient occlusion into those cracks. And that's going into the base color. It's kind of the same concept as like the inset pieces. If it's pushed down, it's going to be a little bit darker. So this just kind of helps separate the cracks from the panels a little bit better. So I changed that mode from multiply to copy because I'm inputting a mask that masks out where I want the color. So why not just copy it? I'm trying to pick like a color that's kind of like a darker dirt, grayish brown dirt, kind of a fake ambient occlusion in the cracks in the base color. Yeah, being like true PBR, where everything's very flat. I mean, it's possible that because it's collecting a lot more grunge and stuff in those cracks and dirt, that it would be darker. But I think I kind of fake it sometimes a little bit, just to help make the texture read and pop a little bit more. I think it's okay to do that. Same with like curvature, to help like pop the edges, especially in like the roughness. I guess that makes sense in the roughness for PBR, but I don't know. You can use ambient occlusion and curvature like artistically. I think it's okay within reason. Just tweaking the paint strokes a little bit. I moved the scale down to kind of help separate each stroke a little bit more. Kind of gives a nice streaky look to some of these panels. So there you saw my mouse move off screen. I hit the little color picker, and then I guess I had some image off screen of rust, and I just color picked it. Using all the samples, all the X and Y amounts, 700. Yeah, I would like to do a comparison someday of like how fast this is compared to, or how slow it is. I don't know if it's faster. It's probably not, compared to like the default drips in Designer. If anything, hopefully you learned something different and new. You know, even if it's not perfect. Like, I don't think my graphs are at all perfect, and I'm sure there's better ways of doing some stuff that I did. But it's nice to learn something new. So hopefully that this helped. So there I used a directional warp for that first layer of blurred rust, and I warped it in like the vertical axis. So kind of stretched it out a little bit instead of being like more stubby and blobby. It stretched it out, and I don't know, subtle effects, but I guess I felt that it was needed. Yeah, the base color took quite a bit of time. Once this isn't even half the elements that I think go into this. We start individually coloring like the engine and the pipes, and then the wires. There's a lot of components here that are yet to be added, and once you add it, like, you have to kind of go rebalance almost everything. In some cases, I mean, I guess it's plausible that if you get this to a nice level as is, then hopefully everything you add on top of it will just work and fit. But I tend to find that I'm constantly going back and tweaking things, like you just saw, like the rust and the paint strokes, and just like, as it progresses and develops, the more you look at it, and especially if, like, you put it away for the night, you go to sleep, come back the next day, I think when you're more fresh, you pick up on little things a little bit more and tweak it. So in this process, I'm grabbing, I believe that's the curvature map. I'm trying both curvature smooth and curvature, and just trying to pick out some of the edges here. And I believe this is going to be the start of my metalness map. I'm really I know I was a little bit frustrated with this because I like how that looks right now, but you see the two small panels in between the two big insets are purely white, and it's because of the panel warp is bringing those into a range that's like fitting within this histogram scan. So here it's like, yeah, that's cool, that's gonna be like metalness, and that's gonna be chipped away paint, and it's gonna expose metal. But unfortunately, those two panels in the middle there, it was bleeding too much into them, and I ended up fixing it later. Here I'm blending the curvature and the curvature smooth histogram scan masks on top of each other, just adding them. So we get some really thin, like pixel thin lines around the edges of the panels, as well as some like bigger chunks and a little bit of a gradient on some of the pieces with the curvature smooth. And I figured pretty much everything on this material is metal, but it's been painted on top. So I was fine just like chipping away everything across the whole texture, because I'm fine with it being metal underneath, with the exception of the wires. I think is the only thing that would, well, yeah, I didn't want to like chip away the rubber from the wires, even though underneath it's like copper or some whatever inside. So here I wanted to separate, so I had different control over the detail parts in the panel, so I just masked out the detail, and I'm also adding some noise, and I just offset one of the noises with a transform so it's not the same. And then probably multiply this on top, multiply the clouds on top, and then a histogram scan to adjust the contrast of it. And this is just a grunge map that goes on top of the two curvature metalness masks to break them up. So I didn't want like each panel to have
exposed metal around the whole perimeter of the panel. So this just kind of helps break up some of those shapes and give a little bit more variety. And with metalness, I do have a little bit of a gradient currently, at least. But generally, this is one of the rules that for PBR I tend to try to stick to, I guess, where having like gray values in your metalness doesn't really make sense. Like, you know, a material is either metal or it's not. It's a dielectric or it's metal, I think. I think those are the two. Or, yeah, a dielectric or a conductor. Conductor being a metal. So, like, if the paint is chipped off, it's gone. There's only metal there. So the mask should just be white most of the time. But I do have some, like, gradient in here, like some gray. And I don't know if that's right, but yeah. I think I do clamp it a little bit more, like a lot later, just to see how it looks. And I think I end up going with that more because, like, yeah, having like a half metal, half paint material is kind of weird with the gray values. So just another black and white spots with the histogram scan for some random spots, and these are going to be like, so far we just have paint chipping and metal exposed along edges of things with curvature, but this is just like a generic, maybe the paint chipped off in these little tiny spots where like a meteor, like a tiny space dust or rocks or something hit it and it chipped off of paint in the middle of a panel. So that's what this little grunge map is. Just little like spots of exposed metal. So we just add that with the curvature. And still at the end of the chain we have the detail mask on top. Now to color the metal, I'm just going to be gray, like a dark gray, middle gray. I don't know, we'll tweak it. And we'll blend that on top. I think shortly after this, oh yeah, so I'm going to move this pretty high up into early in the base color because I want the rust to like be on top of it. I want the grunge to be on top of it. So we're going to move that like earlier in the chain as opposed to after all that's happened. Make it pink so I can see it. So basically where those pink areas are, that's where metal is going to be exposed and the paint's going to be chipped away. I figure, alright, cool, let's make it that gray again. And now to really like kind of see it, I think we're going to get into like a little bit of roughness and a little bit of metalness stuff soon. Oh, adding scratches. So this node, this is one of like the default nodes that was added pretty recently that I really like, the scratches generator. It gives some really like fine, pixel thin, and really organic shaped scratches. They twist and turn in all sorts of directions. So I'm just adding that to my metal, exposed metal mask here. And I'm actually going to use the scratches generator normal instead, because this only gives us a black and white mask, but eventually we're going to want to use the normal map information. And there is a great tutorial and video by the algorithmic people, and I think Wes did it, Wes McDermott. He explains why this normal is so good, and I don't know why I don't have it yet. I know I changed to the, instead of scratch generator, I changed it to scratch generator normal, so bear with me. But the normal information is a little bit cleaner and better than converting a black and white mask to a normal, because what it would do now is you'd get like a peak at the top of the scratch, right? And the normal version has this cool effect where it's just kind of like one side of that normal information. If it was to peak, it's hard to explain, but it gives a cool effect, and I like it. So Clark in the past needs to change it to Scratch's generator normal. It has the same parameters and all that, it just has a secondary output that's a normal map. So hopefully I don't spend too much time with this one, because I know I change it later. I'm pulling that final metalness down, and I'm just going to plug it straight into the metalness map and see what that looks like to start. So those white areas will basically be, yes, this is metal. Black means no, it's not metal. And I felt like it needed to be boosted because there is a lot of grays in it, and I thought, well, try histogram scanning it. And 0.53 is, or 0.55, yeah. That's a pretty like average number. The higher the position, the more closer to white everything's going to get. So there you can see those edges. They look dark right now, but that's where the metal will be exposed. And once we combine this with roughness, we can control how shiny or dull that metal is. And then it's just another balancing act we'll have to figure out. But it's cool to see, once we get the roughness going, it's cool to see like the different materials read. You know, the metal is going to be shiny, and when the light moves across it, it's going to look different, a lot different than what the painted panels look like, you know, and like especially the rust will be dull and that sort of thing. It's cool to see the light kind of dancing around the texture with the different roughness values. Roughness. Moving the roughness output to the bottom because I want lots of space, and I'm trying to minimize little crisscrossy splines. So there I'm pulling that same metal mask down and subtracting it. So remember, black in the roughness is like a mirror-like finish. White is completely rough, like you're not going to see any reflection basically. So now the metalness is very shiny. Hey, Scratch generator normal. I figured it out. So you can see there as the secondary output has a normal map. And I generally like Scratches. They're so fine that putting it in the height map, and again converting this to a normal map, like if you just do it, if you look at the output of like converting this grayscale output of the Scratches with a normal node compared to the normal output of the Scratch generator normal, you'll see the difference. And I mean, most of the time I like to do everything in the height map, but this is one case where I don't. This only outputs a normal, so I'm gonna blend the normal, combine them on top. And there you can see the effects, a little bit of what the Scratch normal looks like. And you can see it doesn't create a peak, it's just one singular like plane. It's almost like overlapping like slabs of edges of rock or something. I don't know, it's hard to explain. But it's not a crack, it's like layered pieces of paper, torn up pieces of paper. I don't know if that makes sense or not. That's what the normal direction's at least doing, instead of pushing like these little cracks down. So just tweaking a little bit. So here, since we already got our roughness started with metal and non-metal, we're going to make some space for some other masks to come down, and we can adjust some roughness values of the stuff we've already done so far. My roughness is usually pretty simple. It can definitely get more complicated, but I kind of have the same theory and philosophy with, like, if I can get away with a uniform color, like, sure, you know, it might make my textures look a little more stale in some cases, like, but for larger areas, I definitely want to add like those grunge maps and gradient maps to give more variety to some larger surfaces. But definitely in a lot of cases, like you already saw with metal, it's just one solid color, and I felt like that's good enough. I mean, the metal where it's exposed, like, it's like 1 to like 10 pixels of metal exposed anywhere on the texture. So is it really worth it to get a lot of like variation in that metal? And my answer in this case, in this particular case, is not really. So here I just branched off to the side, like the final output of some of the panel like variation, and I'm blending some grunge on top of it. And this is definitely a case where, for the roughness across the panels, I do want to add additional like grunge elements to it. So the metal panels aren't all just one uniform roughness value. They have all this variation, and it's going to look cooler as the light moves across the surface. So added another layer of clouds with different seed and disorder, and overlaying that on top, that just adds an extra level of like grunge. And then bring that base paint roughness down here to the bottom where our roughness is going to be, and then a final like levels, so we can kind of dial in how rough this panels are going to be. So right now it's ranging from like pretty dark, almost black, to I don't know, kind of like an off-white, and that's a lot of range for the panels. Like, we don't necessarily want that much. So this final levels here at the end of all this grunge chain, we can control. You can see there in the 3D view how the light has a lot of variation as it moves across the panel surface. Like, yeah, just looks like, you know, dirt or oils have collected in certain areas, and thus making it shinier or duller. But this will have to get balanced out with all the other elements that we're going to add. So hopefully I don't spend too much time with this. I just kind of want like a general value of like, yeah, I think maybe the panels should look about that shiny for now. And then once we start adding the rust and like the edge grunge and all sorts of things, we'll try to balance it out again. it's a quick way for roughness if you just like copy the final blend of each like section that you're working on. Like this is the paint strokes. I just copied the blend, brought it down to the bottom, made sure I converted it to grayscale, and then blended it with the other. So that mask that's going into there, I know is the right mask. And you know, instead of like making a blend node down here and then connecting the mask and the top input and scrolling all the way up, if we just copy the original blend for the base color, we can just bring that whole node down and then connect it into the chain here of roughness. So it's a pretty simple setup. I mean, a lot of our roughness is just going to be like a blend node and a uniform color for a lot of it. And I don't actually label any of it till later, which is a little sloppy. I'll admit that for sure. But because it's simplified, I'm trying to think of a plus for not labeling, but I don't think there is one. Because it's simplified, it doesn't take too long to like debug things and figure out what mask is what, because you can always double click on like the mask input of a blend and see actually what's going into it, and that can give you a clue to what it's controlling. So this paint stroke layer, I am giving this little extra attention here. Adding another directional noise on top, or subtracting it, I should say. And pretty subtle. Pretty subtle so far. I'm sure there'll be some tweaking going into this. Yeah, I decided that directional noise wasn't working going into like the chain before. I was blending, I want it to be like a separate blend so I can control its intensity separately. And there I just copy the mask over, so it's applied to the same area. And here, since it's copied on top, we can just individually control those paint stroke, those fine like paint brush fiber strokes. Looks very subtle currently. And subtle can be good sometimes. I mean, you still want to pick up on the stuff that you're investing time into your texture, but making it so obvious isn't always a good thing. Like, it can make your texture too noisy, especially that directional noise. Like if that was really intense, you would just see this streaky, noisy roughness all over, and it would look too much. Here I'm bringing down the mask for the paint strokes, and there you see I didn't copy the blend node, I just brought it straight down, making two of them, swapping the inputs. Okay, I see. Yeah, I don't need that second blend, of course. And here, excuse me, here, just using a levels node with that transform cloud noise to apply on top of like the blue paint. And I'm going to put that before the paint strokes, because since it's paint, I want that paint to be that directional noise paint to be on top of the blue. And now we can control with that levels how shiny or dull that blue paint actually is. And I didn't use a uniform color for that, again, because it's a larger area, and it would look pretty stagnant if it was just one color. So it does have some grungy, cloudy noise, and as well as the paint, like directional noise, paintbrush fibers on top. Here I'm grabbing the panel edge grunge, and I made another blend, and I'm going to grab the panel cracks. I'm going to bring both of those down. Put them in the chain, mask in the bottom, of course. And there you see I double clicked the mask, and I was like, which one is this again? So I already forgot like what that was controlling, but it was the panel edge grunge. And I want that to be pretty rough, so I just added a uniform color that's white for now. So that adds some additional variation on top of our panels. This is kind of what I'm saying, like the mask that we're using there, okay, also using white for those panel cracks, but the mask that we're using for the panel edge grunge, it has gray values in it, so some of the underneath information is going to bleed through because it's not completely opaque, and thus I didn't feel it was necessary to custom make like a grunge for the roughness. I could just add a uniform color and keep it simple. So now when the light moves across along the edges of the panels, it should be more rough there. Here I'm just switching the scene material, or the scene geometry to cylinder to kind of look at it under different lighting conditions and different shapes. It's good to switch around and do that, and helps evaluate, what's happening. I didn't really bother like upping the tessellation. You can see the engine looks a little suspect there, but I'm really just focusing on the roughness. And there you go. I mean, that was pretty much a glimpse of like what my process is for the roughness. I'm just pulling each mask down, like the rust strips. Now we're going to grab these masks and pull those down to the roughness, give them their own uniform color. Here I'm actually blending both of them together because I figured, well, I didn't feel it necessary to separate them to have their own roughness value. And on my way down there, I'm just going to grab the dirt and make another blend, put the grunge into the mask of that third blend, and now I'll just bring them all down. So we got rust, we have, I already forgot the middle one. I was just watching, but I forget. We have rust, we have something, and then we have the grunge, the general grunge. So that's why it helps to label things. But because it's so simple, I didn't want to label with a new frame, but I probably should have just commented these. And in your final scene, each of them will be commented. It'll say rust mask, it'll say grunge mask, and you can correlate that to the base color mask, how it was being derived. Oh yeah, with the grayscale, or excuse me, with the roughness, each of these uniform colors, just make sure you set it to grayscale in the uniform color parameter, or else you get a little red line. Roughness doesn't have any color value. It's all gray, so all the work we're going to do is going to be gray. And then I just plugged them all in, and I figured rust is going to be pretty white, and all the other grunge and dirt stuff that comes after it's going to be pretty white as well. But we have an easy, simple control over those values. And if you did really want to get super PBR about it, if you had some like photogrammetry of roughness values or whatever, you could color sample it easily with uniform color. But yeah, again, I keep it simple for these. Like, I don't think these elements are big enough to warrant like what we did for the base panels here. They're not big enough elements to warrant like special grunge and clouds and stuff like that, and breaking up the roughness even more. I think there's already significant variation enough for me. Most of the work has been focused on just the panels thus far. So I think I'm gonna, in this video, start to isolate some detail pieces. Looks like the engine will be on the to-do list here. I got focused on it in the 3D view for a reason, I guess. I think here I'm really contemplating, like, should I organize my graph now? You can see I'm having trouble like selecting those little anchors, highlighting them and selecting them, or highlighting them and moving them together. Like, it's really frustrating sometimes to work with those stupid things. Yeah, I mentioned a lot earlier. You'll see in the final graph, and there are those anchor points for the splines, but there's also like just reroute level nodes. They don't actually, there's no change in like the levels and the values or anything. It's simply just to move the splines out of the way. And yeah, you can see how tiny like those anchors are, and like selecting them with your mouse is difficult at a distance. And that's why I use the levels sometimes, because cost-wise, it doesn't really add too much. And then you can select them, and you could have like 5 or 6 splines or however many you want coming out of it if you're reusing like a lot of the same things over and over. Where anchors, these little spline anchors, anchor points, you have to move them sometimes one by one. So there I'm like, that looks cool. And then I'm like, I don't feel like doing that right now. And I realized I compressed those 2 splines together, which they're not compressed, they're just overlapping, but they're not even the same shape. So I like uncompressed them because one of them was like a cylinder, one was like a square, and I was like, okay, that's not right. But yeah, you could have in your final graph, I don't actually record any of the organization, which lucky you, because it took a while. But you'll see, I'll try to condense like the splines as much as I can. So like, a square shape will have a running spline that looks like a single spline, but it's really like 12 overlapping splines. And then it'll eventually branch off into where it should go in a more clean, reasonable manner, instead of this crazy web of overlapping splines. I also think when you zoom out, your viewport starts to lag. Like, look how many square shapes we're reusing that same square shape over and over, and it's just like this crazy web. But I think when you zoom out, that graph viewport, I feel like sometimes it like lags a little bit because it's rendering all these splines. Yeah. Hopefully you have a better computer than I do. I mentioned earlier I have a GTX 770, 16 gigabytes of RAM, and the 770 is only a 2 gigabyte graphics card, and an older i7, I think it's 2.4 giga whatever gigahertz, I think. Anyway, my computer's old, but it could handle this graph at 2K resolution mostly okay. There's probably times I was wondering if I would see it where I'm just like pausing and waiting, like my mouse isn't moving, and I'm wondering either I'm just taking a break or changing my music or getting a sip of water, or I'm white screening. Substance designer is white screening and being like, hang on a second, I gotta think about this. But I haven't actually seen that in the video recording, so I don't know if it's actually happened yet. But it definitely happened several times, especially as this graph gets even more bulkier with adding more things to it. It's already pretty much at like 70-80%. But my computer could handle it. It just takes some time, especially opening the file. Like when you first open the file, it might take 10-15 minutes for everything to kind of process through at once. So just be a little patient. Here I'm grabbing a mask for the engine, part of the engine, just the inside, like the turbine part. And I used a little trick with like subtract blending. So if you think about it, you can always like extract a mask from your height maps. If you're max lightning them together, you can just take like the final and take the previous height map and then subtract them on top of each other. And I'm sorry, I can never remember which order they go, but just flip the inputs if you need to, highlight them and press X, and then histogram scanning it, position of 1 to get a clean black and white mask. And that's a quick way to reconstruct or get a mask out of like your height map blends and reconstruct that mask. So there we have like the engine turbine color, and I mentioned it's going to be a darker metal or painted metal, and I think that just helps like with some contrast with the emissive, since the emissive is going to be pretty, or not too bright, but it's a brighter like attraction to your eye, and if it has a darker surrounding, it's just going to like sort of be the focal point of the material. Dark engine base. B means base color. My labeling with these frames is the same as like my outputs. So base color is B, roughness is R, normal is N. It's pretty self-explanatory. The only thing I don't label, as you noticed, was like the height map stuff. Like I try to describe what it is, like inset detail block 2 or inset small buttons 1, you can see there, but I don't necessarily say like height, because that's kind of implied. Yeah, most of the things, I mean, almost everything is derived from a height map, so I just figured I don't need to write H there. So here I'm looking like there's the wires get added right there on that node, and if I blend the final output and the secondary input and the previous input and the top input of the blend and subtract it, histogram scan 1, there, we got a wire mask. And I still think there's something fishy with the wires. They should be a little more straight. You can see they go like in and out a little bit too much, I think. I know I address it at some point. I'm sorry, I don't know when. It's obviously after this point. Yeah. I'm also adding those other wires that was sandwiched in between that slanted block and that first engine block with those two pipes coming out. Just going to do the same process. Blend subtract with the final output, the secondary input, and the previous height into the top input. And now I can add them together. So now we have a wire mask of our two wires. And I got rid of the histogram scan because there's no reason to have two of them if I'm just going to clamp them both. So copying a uniform color. Yeah, I copy paste stuff a lot. It's a lot faster to me than like hitting spacebar and starting to type or finding and searching. If I have something nearby that is what I'm going to use, I can just copy it. So there you can see the mask it's not accurate, and I need to fix that. I'm glad I was just talking about that, because it looks like I just found the problem, and hopefully I address it soon. Yeah, the mask it's hard. Well, 0.99 gives a little bit of feathering to it, but the masks, if your position is 1, you're gonna have no anti-aliasing, so it's gonna give a very clean like binary mask. So sometimes you want your position to be 0.99 or less, depending on what it is. Especially for organic stuff, it's kind of nice to have things kind of blend and flow together sometimes. But this, it's clearly like a rubber wire, and it should not be blending with other things. But it should also not be like crunchy and looking weird. So here I'm just trying to figure out how can I clean up this mask. And I'm poking through the nodes, figuring out why is it doing that. And I found something. Aha, nice. So it looks like I did not actually grab the right height map input. I skipped over a height input. So I had the final wires, and then I skipped like 2 height blends before that, which kind of messed it up. And now here I'm like, okay, I know there's something wrong with the detail mask. Now I can just add in that corrected wire mask into this. And that's going to clean up that little wire mask a little bit more, or the detail mask, I should say. Just barely. Actually didn't have much of an effect. Definitely starts to get a little bit tight with the base color. I think I discovered on this material, because I'm cascading everything like vertically, left to right, vertically down. I feel like I reached a limit in Designer of like what the maximum height is of the graph. So like I couldn't zoom out anymore. I could still scroll like left and right, but I couldn't scroll up and down at some point. I think I reached that, and I was surprised that there was a limit. It wasn't just infinite space of graph that you could use. I could be wrong though, but I recall that, and it might be something to be aware of in the future for myself or for you. That careful building graphs vertically, I should say. So here I added that detail mask and blended a uniform color on top of it. And I mentioned earlier that it might have been, it's redundant that I have that detail mask breaking into the like the base paint strokes and the base panel like variation, because I cover it up anyway, just like this, with a color. So that could have been optimized a little bit more. There I just color sampled the 2D view of the previous like composite to get a good starting point for the color of what the detail pieces is going to be. I want it to be in the same like color family as the panels, but just different a little bit. And here I am adding a Perlin noise to try to break it up. Yeah. I think I also break that Perlin noise with a directional warp. Or, yeah. Directional warp. I was going to say with like a color variation map, but we don't have one of those for the detail bits. So I think I just use the final height output as our warp intensity. And crank that up, see how that looks. So that breaks up the Perlin noise a little bit. I felt like, yeah, you can see we're kind of getting some like swirly, like interesting noise on top, and I figured it's gonna be pretty subtle anyway, but it's nice to just kind of break up that shape a little bit. Yeah, overlay on top with a very low opacity. I'm trying to pick out like the little vent areas with the histogram select. And that's so I can use it as a mask to color the vent a different color. The best I could do was selecting like the whole vent with the frame as well. So here I'm adding an edge detect, and I should probably invert it, I think. Let's see. Oh, excuse me. Multiply is fine. So edge detecting it and multiplying it on top of like the previous input. And that gives me a controller, like I can move the edge detect width to control the size of those two circles. And then I can actually select the vents where I want. So I'm plugging this back into like the dark engine metal. I want this to be the same as the turbine. So you can see that color is spilling out onto the frame. And with this edge width, I can just increase that and dial that in to just mask out those vents. Spaghetti graph, yeah. It's like uncooked spaghetti graph. If you guys had to vote, what graph is the messiest that you've ever seen? Who would win? So here I wanted just to create a mask of just almost everything besides like the inset detail. So it's most of the blocks, it's most of the pipes. I'm not sure where I'm going with this. This seems kind of weird to me. Yeah, what am I doing? Oh, I know what I'm doing. I'm recording a video tutorial. And trying to get a mask for the outer engine frame. So I had to create this first mask to make sure I had a mask for anything that's intersecting it and make sure that was clean. And now I can subtract that mask on top of like the disc shape and get this nice clean shape for the engine frame. So the engine turbine and the engine frame are going to be a different color. So that's why I wanted this mask. And hopefully I put it below or on top. Nope. I think I switch them. Yeah, that mask is overwriting everything, so yeah, we gotta move that above, make it earlier in the chain. So I sort of undo that. And the engine frame is gonna go before the dark engine turbine mask. So just redirect that, and I can see we have two tones of color there. Yeah, I don't feel like there's too much left to explain with the base color creation. Like, it really comes down to just masking. You can see I have a uniform color, and then the chain of nodes is all controlling the mask. It's so being able to control that and knowing that you can use like blend subtract if you have something that's max lightened on top of itself to create masks. That's like pretty crucial in this creation process for the base color. It definitely gets a little bit more complicated sometimes. I mentioned a lot earlier when I was creating like couplings that are coming out of the blocky pieces on top of the panels. Creating masks for those. I mean, it's pretty much the same, but you just have to retransform the mask into position by copying the transform of the height. So we will go over that eventually once I get to it. But that's about as like complicated as the masking process goes, which we'll see later. So this engine exhaust, I figured with all the heat coming out of this place, like it would kind of scorch the panels and stuff around it with like a black scorch marks. So this process that I'm going to do coming up is how I achieved that. So I'm just taking like the disc of the engine as a starting point. Subtract it on top. Blur that disc. Subtract the clouds on top. And looks like I'm going to pull the ambient occlusion because if I invert it, then those dark areas that are occluded, they'll turn white, and that simulates like accumulation of scorching and like the cracks, especially inside of like the turbine, in between like the turbine and the frame, as well as outside like the outer edges. You can see it has this like white glowing halo around the whole engine frame, and there I'm just multiplying on top of that blurred disk to kind of isolate where I want this scorch mark to be. I know this mask gets pretty intense. It went through a lot of like iteration and tweaking and trying things to get it to look the way I wanted. So I think we're gonna just enjoy the show. There, I'm gonna actually plug it in to the final output, see how it looks. But you can already see, like, in those creviced areas, it's getting dark and grungy, with like these scorch marks. I think looks kind of cool. But I also want that to spill outside and onto the panels eventually. So here I'm doing that edge detect trick where you can kind of beef up the diameter of a circle or any shape. Guess I'm not doing edge detect. I decided to use the distance node instead, and histogram scanning that to make a full circle. So there you go, I just beefed up the diameter of that circle. Now I'm going to blur it. And now so screw the edge detect. I would have to blend the edge detect with the original thing, and it's just an extra step that's a little less clean, I think. So here with that distance, we can easily control the diameter of that circle where we want this scorching to take effect. And right now it's just based off of image occlusion and some noise. But I think I'm going to try to bring in some curvature smooth here. And I was thinking, like, okay, how do I want this mask to look? Right now it's just being clamped to select like the curved edges, not necessarily the recessed areas. I remember, yeah, this went through a lot of iteration, and I don't think everything worked perfectly the first time around, so I think I'll just wait to make a comment to figure out what's actually happening here. Looks like I'm still trying to figure out a good direction for this. This is definitely can be a trickier part of like procedural texturing. If you're just in Photoshop or some painter, Substance Painter or something, you just paint it where you want it. But here we do not have that luxury, so creating a mask that we like can be tricky. So there I added another cloud noise, cloud 1 or 3. Sorry, I don't know which one exactly, but blended it with clouds 2, because it's got some finer detail to it, and it felt like the original cloud was a little bit too soft, and just kind of add a little bit more of a gritty texture to it. I think what I'm thinking is like the scorching is pretty heavy-handed, especially in like the turbine area. I didn't necessarily want that. I wanted to feel like there was areas like the vents on the inside of the engine frame and other like exhaust ports, or just cracks like where the engine frame meets the panels. Like there's a little seam there where it's attached, and I thought maybe some heat and some exhaust might escape from those areas and not necessarily be spilled on top of like the turbine as much as it is right now. Also, the scorching right now is covering up a lot of the material, like the cool like metal material that engine turbine is going to be. So this is another mask that is used to spill some of this grunge outside of the frame. So taking that same blurred disc and subtracting. It looks like I'm copying. Okay, I copy the distance node, so that way I have individual control over how big this disc is. You can see that final chain at the end of the chain there. That's kind of like a big grungy spot outside of the panels, or outside of the engine frame that's on the panels. And that was just made, that disc, blurring it, subtracting some grunge on top, histogram scanning it to give it more contrast, and then I subtracted the detail mask on top of it because we don't want to like double this effect up on top of the existing mask already, and then we're adding it with the existing mask. So now we got some scorch marks outside of the engine onto the panels. Looks like I'm trying to evaluate, like it's very heavy-handed, like on the turbine section, so I'm just poking through and looking at the mask to see if I can get a better result. And there I just plug in that clamped ambient occlusion, or the inverted ambient occlusion, and I decide, hey, that looks pretty nice. I still have areas where I'm seeing like the engine frame and the engine turbine material come through, but they're still scorching kind of in the recessed areas. I thought that was more along the lines of what I was looking to do, to accomplish. So while I'm at it, since I'm happy with that mask so far, I'm just going to pull it down to the roughness and tie it in. And the scorch marks, they're going to be pretty rough. It's kind of like this layer of soot or ash that's on top of everything. It's going to be pretty rough. So I'm creating two other masks here. And these are going to be, we have like an engine, the full engine plus the vents and the wires as a separate mask. And now I can plug these into the roughness chain. And here I'm clicking through, you can see I didn't label anything, so I have to click on those mask inputs and figure out like where this should go. And I decide for them to be towards the back. And they're towards the back because once we add the rust and we add the grunge and the scorch marks, that's going to go on top of like this layer of the wires and engine. Here we are back at the accent paint color and just tweaking that. And yeah, the material and the textures, they're never done till it's done. So going back and tweaking all this stuff is pretty common. Let's see what we're doing here. Looks like I'm pulling this base paint layer. Remapping it to some different values. Oh, excuse me. Actually going to remap it to some color values.
So that kind of breaks what I was doing pretty much so far this entire process, where everything's just kind of grayscale and overlaid on top. Now I'm starting to introduce some extra color, and this is like a great way to do that. Just taking that luminous variation mask and gradient mapping it and selecting a few colors in there. Now we have like this bluish panel color that we can softly integrate on top of. There you can see it's applied everywhere and it's pretty intense. We don't want it to compete with the actual painted metal, we just want to give some color variation to the just the base panels, the gray ones. So turn that opacity really low and just introduced a little tint of, you know, blue and extra variation. It's pretty heavy-handed still. I kind of forgot I did this part. I don't know if I keep it, or I don't know if it stays blue. I might do like orange. I don't remember. Let's find out. Yeah, gradient map, really great way to remap any color that you input, or grayscale values that you input. Great way to just remap it to different colors. It's a very useful node. So I'm trying to soft light it on top, copy it on top. Definitely looking at it now, it looks like it's competing pretty heavily with the paint. So it has to be either more subtle or it has to be potentially a different color. So there, I took it out of the equation, and it looks like I'm going to put it up higher in the chain. So it goes uniform color, which is like the very base uniform color of the panels, and then this gradient mapped color panel version on top. And that way when we add like the Perlin noise and stuff on top, it's gonna kind of mute and break up the color variation a little bit more. Here I'm going to try to introduce some like warmer colors to it, because everything was just feeling so blue. Maybe a little purple in there. I mean, this should be very subtle in the end, but it kind of gives a nice, just very subtle tint of color per panel. So just tweaking that gradient map. Maybe a couple brighter spots, who knows. Yeah, I feel like it has to be pretty subtle. And now I just took out one of those anchor points on the gradient, and that, just doing that alone would, since it was gray or it was a cooler color, that expanded the range of that orangey color, which made everything a little bit warmer. Here I'm looking at the final output again to see like what the intensity is. And I also noticed that the scorching is really crunching to black in those cracks. it's too much, I think. So I think I try to soften it here. But it's basically like, because the roughness is almost at white and the color is pretty much black. It is black right now. You just lose a lot of detail. Like, doesn't matter how the light is going to hit that shape, it's going to look dark and you're going to lose all this detail. So I don't usually ever use pure black on anything. Especially, I mean, in the base color, I should say. Like, obviously in emissive and things, maybe in roughness you might want black, but metalness you want black. But in the base color, black, like that color is extremely hard to find in real life, just pure black. So I gave it a little bit of like a extremely dark brownish red, just a little tint of color, make it a little bit lighter than off black, you know. I think I'm just experimenting with something here. Yeah, I was trying to create this like starry shape with the splatter circular. And I thought this might have been a good addition to like the scorch, the engine scorching on the inside. Like, I wanted it to go from the cracks and crawl up the sides a little bit more in between like the turbine and the frame. Here I'm trying to like transform it into the position in a second. It doesn't work though. It might have had some potential, but this gets deleted, so don't worry. But yeah, I wanted like the scorching to have some like directionality to it, so I thought maybe if I created that star, like radial star pattern, it would feel like the exhaust was getting blown out and up the sides of the walls here. But maybe with some more tweaking and stuff, it might have looked okay. I didn't think it was adding enough to really keep trying to make it work. So here I got a glimpse of it, and trying to evaluate if I like it or not. Do I actually keep that? I don't think I keep that. Place your bets. That's way too dark. Comparing what looks better. Deleted. Okay. Yeah, just a little experimentation there. Didn't end up working out, but I still think the scorch mask is good by itself, so no need to mess with it. Sometimes less is more, for sure. trying to find where the pipes are so I can create a mask for them for this inset piece here. The pipes in the inset piece, I should say. So there you go, using that subtract method with the two height maps. One with the final pipes, one without it. That gives you the difference, and you can histogram scan it to create your final mask. That also included, though, those 3 buttons, which I don't want. So just doing another custom square mask. It's going to subtract on top and mask out those 3 buttons. So we just isolate the pipes, and then we can pipe the pipes through the graph and make them a new material. These are going to be like kind of chrome metal pipes, so they'll give some nice like reflection and shine inside of the inside area, where most of the stuff is going to be just kind of painted gray. So this will give a little pop of different material. And I figure it's doesn't really matter too much where it goes. I decided to put it underneath the metal map. Try to like keep all my metal materials kind of in the same area. Holding shift and dragging those into the next blend to direct the graph. Grabbing that same mask, and I'm going to have to blend this with the metalness map too. So I should just add this on top. Yeah. Okay, so far it's just copied. I don't think I noticed that I need to change it to add. And I just copied that little cluster there of the metalness map, so I'd have like a good starting point. And then that first one's going to be metal, like the full metal, and the second one's going to be just the pipe, so I can control the roughness of both. Still need to change that to add. Okay. So that was a quick way to make a metal pipe. It's very, very similar to the same process we've been doing with creating masks. Yeah, I'm just playing with the roughness value. Here I'm creating a paraboloid shape, and we're going to transform that and scale it down considerably. And this is going to create like little light bulbs. And we're going to place these little bulbs just over buttons and stuff we've already made to kind of give some random emissive pop to the texture. So we're going to use a gradient map. And we should use that to color it some bluish hue. See, I'm like taking some time to set up the graph beforehand to make sure it blends right before I even bother transforming these and making a whole bunch of them. So I'm trying to just replicate like how I did the emissive below. I have like a softer one, and then I have a colored one, or like a grayscale one that's like a softer mask, and then the final color mask with the gradient maps. On top of just making it like an emissive bulb, I also want this to affect the height map. So that's why I'm doing that blend and adding it for now. I'm not sure if we stick with that. Scaling it down to be a little tiny sort of LED light or lit up button. Then I copy pasted that transform. So the next button would have the same scale. Then just moving it and blend them together with add. Now we have two little light bulbs. And I just duplicate this process until I'm happy with the amount of little lights that I have. Then we'll see how to finalize it and combine it with the emissive. And you could, I guess you could place these anywhere you want because they are affecting height as well, but I tend to gravitate towards putting them on top of like button type shapes already that exist. So that's 3 down, a couple more to go. If you need to, you can scale them each individually. I'm just copy pasting to get like a rough scale for like, they're going to be small, so you know there'd be minor adjustments per transform potentially, but you know, starting with the small one and then copy pasting it is a quick way to just duplicate these. There I'm even using like the offset number in the transform because I had to move it a far distance, and selecting it with zoomed out was hard. Now I'm adjusting that gradient map, give it some color, and redirecting those splines. I definitely still have to add this to the base color. It's one step I haven't done yet. So it's basically, there's emissive, but it's brightening up the base color too. So if we change the base color, eventually it's gonna like have a little bit more of that blue color coming through. Here I am adding those lights to the height map. And I'm screening it on top with a low opacity, so it's just going to subtly bump up the areas where these bulbs are placed. Then I can shift and drag that output to the one with the lights. And there you can see it's affecting it. It's a little extreme though. Doing some fine adjustments here. You can see since the graph is pretty large, like when I try to scale this, it kind of chugs and takes a minute to actually process and update everything. So yeah, just kind of hand tweaking some of these light bulbs. That one doesn't feel like it's covering a good enough area. So you can see when I add it together, add those two light bulbs with the engine, it's kind of blowing out a little bit. So I tried max light and try to copy it on top and then create a mask with the light bulbs and then use that to mask out the area, because it was just blowing out, it was getting too white. And now it's the color that I want. That's the thing with like blend modes. If you use like max light in a screen or multiply, depending on what's underneath it, it could really change like the effect of the color. So using copy with a mask, like, it's good in some cases, and I think that's a good case for it, where if you want like just the color to be the color you want, it's best to just, in some cases, best just to copy it in with a mask. Tiny lights. And I still need to add that to the base color, but that's a pretty quick step. So there's the first time you see I switch to linear curves. It's just using that button on the top left of the graph view. It's kind of like a zigzag. And you can see it pretty quickly cleans up a lot of stuff for you. So I found like sometimes I click it just so I can read my graph a little bit better. But overall, I actually don't like the look of it. I think there's too much like overlapping lines, and in some cases it can make the overall graph harder to read, but I think in this case, because we have so many crisscrossy lines, it just kind of redirects them to 90-degree angles. And already there, switching back to it and back again. But coming up, I'm going to add some blaster holes and some fire. It's kind of a fun way to finish off the height map, even though it's not the last thing I do. But adding damage is kind of cool. This is a fun process. Gives some personality to the material. You know, in production, is it practical to do this? Like, probably not at all, but it's a good like thing to learn if you ever need to do anything like this. Yeah, a lot of things in this demonstration I don't think I would necessarily do, like if I was making a tiling texture that's going to be repeating a lot. But this is just kind of like I said, a demonstration of some techniques and some fun stuff, trying to make some cool art. So here I'm just warping a disc shape to kind of create the silhouette of like a blaster hole. It's not going to be a perfect circle. It's going to have some weird shapes to it. Prior to that, I was playing around with the tile sampler, trying to get like a decent scattering of some holes, and I didn't like it. I think I'll just hand place the shapes. Or I might use, I can't remember, but I think I might even just use a tile generator. I guess a tile sampler would work too, but I had too many like X and Y samples, which wasn't working. I ended up duplicating that warp node and transforming the noise so I could get another variation of the blaster hole shape. So I am using a tile generator, 2x2. Not sure why I set it to a disk. Oh, I guess I know why I set it to a disk input. Because you'll find out. So I can mask out some of these. Just using the random mask, and I just want two of these to show, and I figure, okay, diagonal is cool. Let's get these two diagonal pieces to show. You really don't need to use a tile generator for this. You could just hand place two, since I'm only going to have two of these scorch marks, but I thought this might compress the graph a little bit more. So here I'm probably, moving the warp afterwards, and then you can see there, now we're down to 3 nodes instead of however many it was before. And we still have 2 blaster holes that are unique shapes. We want to avoid having like those little spills. Like if you push the warp intensity too high, it starts to break the shape, and we want a clean like shape silhouette without any like artifacts around it. I'm going to bevel it, which will create depth, and invert it. And we invert, of course, because we want it to be dark, and we're going to be pushing these holes into the surface of the panels. they're setting the matte color to white after transforming. Because if we multiply this on top, or we want to create a mask, we need every area that is not the shape that we want to be a uniform color. My cat wants to say hi. Sorry. Sorry. Sorry about that. I see a big spike in the audio levels. That's going to hurt your ears. But you can blame my cat for that. Additional warping here after we transform it, just to give a teeny bit more variation. Now I'm multiplying it on top of the height map. And it's just a matter of finding a nice position for them. Yeah, this is not the final position, but you get the idea. I just got attacked by my cat again. He's very snuggly sometimes. Yeah, just positioning these scorch marks. We'll basically use like the height information from the transform version of it to create a mask for like a mist of fire underneath at the bottom of it, and also create a mask for like this little metallic edge right at the lip of the hole. And then we can also use this shape to derive like a scorch, black scorching, where it was like, you know, burnt and it's all soot and ash on top of the panels. And then we can also give some directionality to the scorching, so it's not just like a uniform blob around the holes. It'll be like, you know, a laser came in and it hit at an angle, and then the fire from the holes, you know, was moving in a certain direction as the spaceship was like flying through space or wherever, and thus gave some directionality to the scorching. Science. But yeah, this like in this, like I said, this in production is probably not practical, because if this was a tiling texture, you'd have the same two blaster holes, you know, punctured everywhere on the hole. But it's fun to do. So there's a first pass seeing what looks like a 3D. It's pretty extreme. Depending on how much damage you want to do, since these are just tiny little holes, so I didn't really go into any like detail about what's underneath the panels, but you could create like a grid system of, you know, like beams and braces and stuff like that, and bolts of like an interior hole that's supporting the outer hole. And so you could create something like that and then chop off like bigger sections of damage, so you can like expose an underlying hole underneath, like the skeleton of the ship. Again, having that baked into like the final texture could be a little strange. If any of you follow like Algorithmic's YouTube channel, there's a great like anchor point demo in Substance Painter where they paint layers of like hull damage for a spaceship, and personally I think that's a really good way to do it, especially in engine, like in the shader, as opposed to being like a bake down damage on in the texture. But again, this is for fun. So there I'm inverting the original like shape, blurring it, and trying to multiply that on top of the blaster holes. So the idea here, which it is going to have some tweaking involved, but the idea is the blaster hole, it created a hole, but it also like dented the surrounding metal inward as well. So I kind of want to create a subtle effect where it's dented, and that kind of soft blurred shape should hopefully accomplish that. And I had to scale down. I had to scale down the original like tile generator, because when you blur that mask, it was going outside of like the tiling, like it was creating a seam basically. So now that I've scaled that down, there's some room for that shape to blur out softly in all directions. There you can see it activated. It's kind of like dented and pushed down. That doesn't look good though. Yeah, it's because I had that mask there by accident. That's not needed. It's a pretty subtle effect where it's dented inward, but it is there. So here I'm grabbing that mask and I'm going to plug it into the base color. Whoops. Accidentally had that in the mask by accident. And here's a case where I am just multiplying it on top. for now. I don't know if I changed that. I can't remember. But I might end up copying it with a mask and using a uniform color. That was a long pause. I wonder if Substance Designer just white screened and hung up for a second. I mentioned that before, that since the graph is really heavy, like if we add something that needs to get processed, sometimes it could take a minute. But luckily, I've never had, I won't say never, but during this project, it never crashed for me. You know, there was points where it white screened and it came back. But save your work often. Rule number 5. Definitely doing some experimentation right now with warping this scorch shape. I tried blurring it. Now I'm warping it with a blurred crystal 2 noise. It's kind of working okay. I can't remember if I keep this or not. I'm blending that final beveled hole shape on top of this mask. And here I'm just trying to get some like random scorching along the outside of the hole. And I don't think the crystals are really the way to go because they have a certain like directionality to them. That's why I use 2 of them. You can see I'm switching to a Perlin noise here. And that just gives a much better like organic, non-directional warping. That's mostly, that might be all you need for this, but we take it like another step further and give some more directionality to it, where the scorching is, you know, going off in a direction. So let's see, we're probably going to get to that soon. I'm trying another method here actually before I do that, using a non-uniform blur with that black and white mask, and you can see that's giving a pretty nice soft fall off outside of the holes. This looks kind of good. It might be better than blurring it. And there, that really expanded like the distance of that scorching, and also tightened up, made it darker towards the edges, and then it falls off more. So I think the non-uniform blur is a little more successful here. Now it looks like I did a combination of the two, a non-uniform blur, but there was still a hard edge, so I just blurred out the whole thing. Now we have these like big scorched areas outside of the holes. So we are going to use a slope blur grayscale. I think this is the only time in the project I use slope blur. For organic stuff and chopping up like cracks and edges of rocks and things like that, this is a really great node. But for hard surface stuff, I haven't really found a good use for it. So if you slope blur grayscale that final mask with a gradient, you can see it kind of stretches it in a direction. Here I'm rotating the gradient, scaling it so it more or less, it doesn't really tile, but there's no, it's a smooth gradient across the whole direction. You can kind of see how that's creating this like directionality to the burn. Now I'm going to use that same gradient and subtract it on top of the mask, or I'm going to play with the blending modes apparently. I think I have to invert this, yeah. Definitely thinking about how to get this to work. I think it needs a histogram scan to clamp this gradient to a certain range. So here we go, let's try it. The idea behind this is you can kind of get a tapered effect. So the directionality of the burn was like this uniform thickness, and I felt like I wanted it to like start thick at the hole and then taper to a smaller point by the time it like fades out. And eventually I can get this to work. You can also notice that I haven't plugged this into the final graph yet. If I did, every time I'd make a change, it'd have to update in the 3D view and process to the rest of the graph, and it would slow me down. So I'm working independently of the graph and just looking at that 2D view until I feel like I get a shape that I want, and then once I feel like the graph is pretty stable and my mask is going to look okay, I'll plug it in. So I'm still like experimenting, and while I'm experimenting I don't want to be lagged and slowed down by the 3D view updating. So there's a nice tapered look, kind of. So I was using the wrong mask there. You can see a slope blur, there's some banding there. It's not like a perfectly smooth transition. So I'm going to directionally blur it, and I'm going to select an angle that's in line with like the angle of my gradient, and that kind of smooths out the slope blur. before after has a much more tapered look. And I did that using like the original black and white mask, slope blurring that with the gradient, and then I think that dividing a histogram scan gradient, yeah, it's divide on top to create the taper. Now it looks like I'm trying to multiply in the original black part. Yeah, I don't need the mask. So now we have the scorching on the outside of the holes, and we have the directional scorching multiplied on top of each other. And you can crank up the slope blur intensity to kind of control like the length, as well as play with the histogram of the gradient, and maybe some opacity of the dividing blend to control how much taper and how much tail you have on the burn. You can see slope blur, it creates this very uniform pulling like down of a shape. And I mentioned in the rust creation, a lot of times, you know, it's viable to use slope blur when you're like creating rust strips, but I feel it's too uniform, plus the other negative that I don't feel like it tiles very reliably. But in this case, these blaster holes are not going to be along the seam anywhere. You can see the scorching, the burn tail is like headed southeast away from that seam at the top, so I thought it was appropriate to use it in this case. And just the final warp node here to break up that shape a teeny bit. There's a little bit of a negative with this. That gradient is not, like, it doesn't relate to the transform of the holes at all. So eventually I end up moving these blaster holes, and I have to kind of reposition and reorient my gradient, as well as like redirect the directional blur, and you know, there's some rework that had to go through. It's not like a fully I don't know, the cascading effect of the nodes like working together. It's kind of like a one-off type thing where it doesn't all like originate at the same thing, so you have to manually tweak some stuff if you make a change. And there I just inverted the mask, and I did end up using like a uniform color for the color instead of multiplying it on top. I just like doing that. I mean, you could multiply it on top, but I didn't. Looks like I'm making some room. Kind of ran out of room with the base color. Waterfall cascading colors. here I'm just poking through the nodes. It's a good thing to do if you're kind of like struggling with a particular shape and you've built this big graph on how to make it and you're kind of troubleshooting. Like I didn't like the shape of the tail, like I don't know, felt weird. So I was just poking through my graph, like double clicking on each node step by step and thinking like, okay, this looks fine, this looks fine, this looks fine. Then when I reach the problem area, like it pops in and I go, okay, this is where I need to like address my attention and try to work this part out. It pretty much came down to that tail, the burn tail was too thick, and so I ended up, instead of using that black and white mask, I just used the original bevel, which is a little bit smaller and has some fall off to it into the slope blur, and that gave like a smaller, thinner tail, which I think looks nicer. Just changing that color so it's not perfectly black. Same idea with like the engine scorches. You usually don't want anything to be 100% black in your base color. This is going to be the fire that's going to appear inside those holes. So I just started with the black and white spots and then plugged into a gradient map. And going from black to white, you want to create this, like, you know, fiery colors. Just plug down a few anchor points and going from like red to orange to yellow, maybe a little bit of white at the end. You can create kind of a smoldering fire look. This is going to be like pretty subtle. We just want like little pops of like embers, almost like that. There, I move the black color up like further closer to white to kind of clamp the noise. And from here, it's pretty much just a matter of like creating a mask, which we can easily do. So I'm inverting imported that blaster hole shape and now histogram scanning it. And we just want to pick out like the bottommost part. So position is going to be really low and contrast is going to be high. And then see what this looks like with it plugged into the mask. And I forgot I need to move this down to the actual emissive instead of like the base color emissive. And from here we can just copy this, blend it on top of the engine and the lights. Blend copy is fine because we have a mask. That should work. So there's nothing. Oh, there's a little speck of it, but basically we just need to kind of maybe either tweak the noise, which I'm trying to do now with the disorder, or tweak the gradient map so that more embers show up. See that kind of working there. It's just a matter of tweaking to get this to fill in, both holes. There I'm reducing the contrast so there's a little bit of fall off with the embers. I didn't necessarily want it to be like this hard edge anymore now that I saw it, so now there's a little bit of fall off with it on the sides. And add another color here, like a whitish yellow, where the embers are the hottest. Trying a couple other black and white noises. You never know. I mean, it's nice to try them out. And there's one more thing we're going to do with this, and that's going to create that exposed metal lip right at the edge of the hole. So my idea behind that was, I feel like the hole already kind of blends with the panels. I mean, it sits on top fine, but the scorching is pretty heavy, so having a break in the scorching where there's like a little metal lip, like the laser shot through it and it burned off to the paint and exposed the metal, and then it went through into the inside of the ship where it's burning. So having that little lip, that little ring of metal, just kind of helps. It's gonna help direct your eye to it's gonna be like a breaking point where your eye's gonna move along the panel and it's gonna hit that metal lip and be like, this is the edge, and then boom, you sink down into the ship because right now it doesn't really have that effect. I believe I do that coming up shortly here after I tweak some stuff. So it looks like I'm taking a break from the blaster holes, but this little process, I just wanted to create some like larger dent shapes in the panels. Again, this goes along with like damage on the holes, so playing around with the tile generator and the random positions and stuff, and just trying to get like a soft overlapping shape, turning the blend mode to max. You have to do that by default. It's add for tile generators, and by default on tile samplers, it's the blend mode is max lighten. So keep that in mind if you use a tile generator. And yeah, just trying to create some softer shapes. Just a couple of them. And I want some to be like overlapping so I can, so it just creates like, so all the dents aren't perfectly circular. Like if they're overlapping, it'll create these organic shapes. And it ends up being pretty simple in the end. And you just multiply that on top of the panels. Yeah. After doing all this, I think it might have just been better just to hand place a couple paraboloid shapes. Because, I mean, trying to procedurally get something that is working takes more tweaking than what it's worth. Like, just place a couple of shapes and be done with it. I guess the advantage of this is like if you wanted more dents later, you could kind of quickly up the amount. Although here I'm definitely, these dents aren't going to be like everywhere. I'm just making like a singular cluster of dents and then I'll transform it. So it's really not that big of an advantage to use a tile generator. It does condense like the amount of nodes you have to use down to a smaller amount, which is nice. So now I'm warping that shape there. And I basically just want to create a very soft, blurry shape like that, kind of like that, and then you can invert it and multiply it on top of the panels to push the panels down.